All right, so now we're going to chart the vocals. This is the last instrument that it has in this song, or track rather. We don't have keys in this song, so that'll be a different video. So this will be the last one before we get into compiling the song. The vocals are pretty fun. This is my favorite part. I enjoy the vocals the most. However, it does take the longest. So bear with me. This video will probably be longer than the others. It's not too hard to do. It's just tedious. And there's some pretty cool steps in here that are unique that the other instruments don't have. So let's check it out. You can open up Reaper. Okay, you have installed this in a previous step. Stems are split. Everything's dragged into these different audio sections. You have your vocals dragged into the vocals audio here. We're going to expand the part vocals here and double click on part vocals where you entered it. Because if you double click on this vocals audio, it's just going to come up with these properties. You don't want that. So here in vocals, instead of having lanes, you're going to have the actual pitches here, all the notes of the vocals. So you can put it exactly as it's sung in real life, which is really awesome. We are first going to get this MIDified. So I'm going to convert this with pitch detection into some notes to make this easier for us. And that's a huge help. If you don't do this, you can either find the notes that they're singing and it plays the note when you put them here. You can do it by ear, or you can look up the piano tutorial version of the song, or some other way that will show you where the notes are. But I like to use the pitch detection, as you probably see me use on the guitar and bass. So we're going to do that now. I'm going to again turn off these handles on here. Personally, I don't like these velocity handles. So I'm going to go to View, Piano Roll Notes, and turn off Show Note Names on Notes, and turn off Show Velocity Handles on Notes. I don't like it, but I'm going to delete these. Now, in order to get this pitch detection going, we're going to duplicate this track right here. You're going to right-click it, Duplicate Tracks. This is the same way as I did in the guitar and bass videos. You're just going to click on FX over here. Okay. I'm going to rename this over here to like MIDified vocals, so it shows up properly on the right side over here. And then there was a tune here, but looks like someone brought it offline, so you can add in another tune if it's not there already. You just search for a tune and then do this VST retune this one, the Cockles one, which is by the people who made Reaper. That's the name of the company. And we're going to use that. I'm going to delete the other one, but if you wanted to bring this one online, you could. Looks like they have some settings here, window size 100, things like that, but it doesn't look like what I'm looking for. So I'm going to right click and delete this. And I'm going to put the window size, yeah, we can leave it at 50. You definitely need to check this send MIDI events when pitch changes. If you don't select it, then this isn't going to work at all. Overlap is how many notes can be played at the same time that it's going to detect. So this song does have backup harmonies and it has a lot of noise. So I'm going to put 4 because there's a singer and there's like 2 backup singers. So I'm just going to put 4. It makes the thing a lot noisier and harder to see, but that's okay. We're going to do attack time pretty low as usual. And then when I play the song here, you should hear it detect the pitch here, and you should see this moving properly. You're going to hear also some noise, so just ignore that for now, but I'm going to solo out the vocals just to... Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely. I have nobody. Okay, so you're seeing this move, that's right. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to turn this window size down a little bit, see if I can get some of those smaller notes that it wasn't hearing, and change the attack time lower. I have nobody. Yeah, I like that better. So the window size being smaller is nicer because it picks up more. I'm Mr. Lonely. And I don't mind that noise. I have nobody. Okay, so you can play around with those settings and see what works for you. So now that you've got it kind of set where you want it, you're going to close this. You're going to right click on this part of the track and you're going to select Apply Track Take FX to Items as New Take MIDI Output. And that's going to create MIDI notes here on this. that'll guide us as we're charting these vocals. It'll save us a lot of time. Okay, so now you should see that they were generated. If you're not in this track, you can double click on it, or you can go here and select it in this little arrow right here. I'm gonna zoom in. You can see roughly where the notes are. You can see all the noise. On vocals, it can be an octave up or down, off sometimes. That's fine. So with all the noise, that's fine. There's another ones I showed. You can like copy and paste this directly into the track, and then you can quantize it. You know, you can Control A, and then you can use quantize to make the notes line up, and then you can go from there and do cleanup if you want. That's an option. If it's a very clean song and this comes across very well, you know, with 1 times overlap, it's not that bad. You can do that. But in this case, I'm not going to. I'm going to go through and do it manually. I like to do it like that. It doesn't take too much extra time anyways. Cleaning up can sometimes be a chore too. So that's basically how you midify it. I went back and selected part vocals, and now I would start charting this. As I see it here, you're just going to put the notes as they play here. Okay. This is making noise because there's an FX on it. I think it's, yeah, it's this one. So this parent has the reasynth on it, the FX reasynth. That's why it's making noise. So we can turn off the FX, so I don't need to hear that in the part vocals right now, but you're definitely gonna turn that back on later. And because it's what lets you hear this when you click, that's because of this part up here. So I can click. So I can mute this one here because I don't like. There you go. So I don't have to hear all that noise. Okay. Now, before I get really into this, what I'm going to do to really save a lot of time here is you're going to press the keyboard at every point you hear the vocals in the song. So here's a step that you're going to do at the beginning to save you some extra time. So I'm going to delete this for now. So what you're going to want to do in advance here, before you get into this, is place the notes down with the virtual keyboard first. I'll show you how to do that. It's basically you're going to have the lyrics up on your screen. You're going to listen to it, and as you hear each syllable, you're going to tap the keyboard, one of the keys on your keyboard, in order to get that to enter in here. Let's see if I can show you how to set that up real quick. So virtual MIDI keyboard, go to View, Virtual MIDI keyboard, or it's Alt-B. You can change octaves with the arrow keys left or right. When I press the key on my keyboard, you're not going to hear anything right now because there's no output. So you can see the MIDI channel is 1. So you need to link this into this part vocals. You're going to record for arming here with this button, and you're going to change your input from MIDI here. You're going to change it to virtual MIDI keyboard. Okay, and then I think there's one more step. Let me see if that works. You can hear it now when I'm pressing it. Okay, now it's not putting it there because I also have to press record on this button right here. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, now you see the notes are appearing there. This is C3 right here, so if you look at, if I hover this, it says C3 in this top left corner here. Look there, you'll see C3. This says C2, it's off, doesn't matter, but that's what this is referring to, the actual MIDI note. So if you want to move it up higher, you can use the arrow keys and do that. It doesn't matter which key you press. Whenever you press the key, you have to be focused on this window. If you don't want to be focused on this window while you press the key, you can check the send all keyboard input here. Then I can be focused on this window, press record, and I can press the key. Pressing the key will make it appear there, even though I don't have this selected. So I'm going to do that. Just be aware when you have this selected, it absorbs all keyboard input. So like all your shortcuts are not going to work. So if they're not working, it's because this is toggled and it's capturing, it's absorbing all that keyboard input. So I'm going to pull up the lyrics to the song here really quickly, and then I'm going to go ahead and tap every part through the song. I'll show you how to pull up the lyrics and do that, but then I recommend you probably skip past this part because this is going to take a few minutes for me to tap everything in the song. But I'll let the video play, just play it in like 4 times speed or something. or skip it. So yeah, I'll let the video play, but just play it in 4x speed or skip this part if you like. This song is a cover of Akon's Lonely, which is like used samples from an even older song. So this song is not gonna have like lyrics for this song exactly, but I'm gonna search the lyrics for Akon's song and use those as a guide, okay? Okay. All right, sweet. So here we go. So it's pretty repetitive, but we got all the lyrics here that we need. Okay. I'm going to keep these up on the screen. I'm going to really test my eyesight here, I guess, with this. It's repetitive, but I like to have all the lyrics on one part of the screen. Okay, now as this plays through, I'm going to tap the keyboard, this key, through the whole part of the song. See if we can get this lined up as close as we can to these notes here. Then we can adjust the pitches of them later. So then later we don't need to go and draw every single note individually. We don't need to draw each note. We can just move them around a bit and stretch them a little bit. So let's do that now. And use this as a guide, the waveform for vocals, to see kind of where we're at. Before I do this, I like to turn off the sound effect that it plays whenever you press the keyboard. So I'm gonna turn off the FX. So now you can't hear it anymore, but it'll still record when I press the button. Okay, because it's gonna be annoying otherwise. So I turn that off now. Let's play it. And this will scroll automatically as we're going. I'm Mr. Lonely. I have nobody for my own. So if you missed notes, just keep going. It's whatever. You can just delete them later, right? Don't worry about it. Okay. I just showed that this one time, but as I go through this, I'm gonna miss notes. I'm gonna be off by a bit. Doesn't even matter because you can go back and clean it up later. And if you screw up, you want to stop, you can come back and just press record again here. Okay. Okay, I lied. Start here. There we go. I have nobody for my own. Oh, I'm so lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. I have nobody for my own. I am so lonely. Cool, so you're going to do each syllable and read the lyrics at the same time.
Yo, this one here goes out to all my players out there. You know, they got that one good girl, Lord, that's always been there, man. Like, took all the bullshit, but then one day she can't take it no more and decides to leave. Yeah, I woke up in the middle of the night and I noticed my girl wasn't by my side. Could have sworn I was dreaming for her. I was fiending, so I had to take a little ride. Backtracking over these few years, trying to figure out what I do to make it go back. Cause ever since my girl left me, my whole life came crashing and I'm so lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. I have nobody for my own.
All right, I'm gonna stop real quickly here just to show, like, if there's a harmony, you can choose whether or not to do that. That's up to you, doesn't matter. Also, if you want to isolate the vocals audio while you're doing this, if the song is really, really loud, you can just solo the vocals or you can mute the other tracks. So you can do it that way. I like to hear the whole song just because I enjoy listening to music whenever I get a chance, so I'll just play the whole thing in this case, and that I can hear it.
Can't believe I had a girl like you and I just let you walk right out of my life.
Okay, so that's that. After you place the notes with the virtual keyboard, you'll have a big group like this, and they may be, you know, high or low depending what key you picked. Some of these are going to get overridden. A lot of them are going to get deleted. If you have copied parts in a song, you're just going to like chart that part, and then you're going to copy and paste that, like the chorus and stuff. So you don't have to go there and do it again for each part of the song. So try to remember that when you get to that part. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of the virtual MIDI keyboard. Don't need it anymore. And we're going to go to the beginning, zoom in here, and we're going to start lining these up as we can. Now, this video is only going to be for the vocals. It's not going to be for the harmonies. There'll be another video next that's for harmonies that you can either watch or skip as you like. But some of these notes, I'm going to have to just let you know as we get there that you're going to take justification with they're going to stay in the primary vocals or not. Before I start moving these around, I'm going to quantize them all. This one is pretty important. You don't have to do it, but it can help clean things up a bit. So quantizing basically just locks the notes into the different beats. So I usually, let's say we're going to quantize this whole thing. If it's a very fast song, I'll do 30-second notes. This one's quite slow, except for those rap parts, like this intro over here, which is going to get these talkie parts, which is going to get faster. So besides that, it's fine. So I'm going to try 16th notes. I'm going to select, no, I don't need to select here. It automatically does everything, unless you choose it here. So I'll select all notes with Control A, and then you'll open the quantize. It'll show you what it's going to look like. You can press bypass to toggle it and show on and off, or you can reopen and close the quantize. So this way, it makes all the notes line up really nicely, like this. So that way you don't get kind of obsessed trying to move things around. Now for vocals, they're not normally going to line up perfectly, but it doesn't really matter. When the notes are scrolling on the game, they're going kind of fast, so you don't need to be super perfect on these. The pitch though has to be, you want that to be perfect, so that way you don't get a super bad score in the game. So I'm gonna go ahead and quantize these to like 16th notes. Sometimes 30-second notes is better. You just want to see if a lot of your notes are getting swallowed up and disappear, like these notes over here. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty fine. So let's just do that to keep this simple. So now they're all lined up, and you can use this on other instruments too, especially if you're importing MIDI tracks, like you're drag and dropping in MIDI tracks from online. Let's say you have a subscription from Songster or something and you're dropping them in. You need to quantize those when they come in. Definitely strongly recommend, so you're not having issues. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, now I'm just going to listen to vocals only for a little while. Okay. Now when you do this, you're going to have a preview that helps you do this as well. So you're going to press, I think it's F8. F8 is the Encore Vox preview. You can see it in the action list here as well. It's a Lewis script. So we press F8 and this will pop up. Defaults to harmonies. You're going to use the controls. You can press F1 to see your controls here. To change the track type, you're going to press the right square bracket until you get to part vocals. Okay, left and right square brackets let you pick the track. And you're going to leave this up while you're charting somewhere. I can take down these lyrics now and make this a little bigger. So you'll have this up, especially when you're doing later the actual lyrics at the end of this video. This is going to be like paramount. It's really nice that someone made this. So have that up on part vocals for this. Okay. But kind of out of the way because it's not super important yet. Okay. So it goes down here. Oh, of course, so the pitch that you're seeing here, right, we're going to bring it down there. And we want to turn back on the sound. So let's see. Turn off the recording. We want to not solo this so we can hear everything. And now you're going to want to either solo both of these or mute everything else. So you're gonna hear these notes ring out here. And let's see. Yeah, I normally do mute, so let me do that instead. I can do mute here. This parent mutes all these. Okay. So now I have everything muted except for this part. So you can hear it. So when they're touching, you won't hear a different sound play, but okay. But I'm gonna have both of them at the same time and just showing you that this sound plays whenever the FX is on whatever track you want to do the reasynth on. Like on part vocals, the reasynth is on here, and you can change the sound of this too if you mess with this. You can make it sound more or less annoying or like a mosquito or whatever you want to do. So that's just the default that it's set on right now. But I'm going to play both these at the same time, and you want the pitch that you're hearing the vocalist sing to line up with the note that's playing by the synthesizer. Now, when I'm doing vocals, I almost exclusively like drag these with shift when I do it because they don't line up properly always. So a lot of times I'll do that. You do want it to kind of line up with what you're seeing up here. I mean, this is the one where you really want it to line up kind of exactly with what you're seeing up here. Leave a gap though. This is why you gotta hold shift 2. Don't line them up right next to each other. So when we do this later, let me show you real quick. Okay, and you can kind of see in the background that these notes are what he's going down to, and then there's a little bit down more. Okay, so I'm leaving these gaps. Why? Because when I connect these together, because this is one word, this is how it's going to look with the lyrics, okay? Now, I'm just going to show you an example, but later we'll copy all the lyrics in from a website, not just one at a time, but I'm just going to do this here now. You're going to change this to lyrics. And okay, so this is kind of like how, if you do it manually one lyric at a time, this is how you add in lyrics one word at a time. Okay, you're gonna do lonely like that. See, now it starts to appear up here. Okay, and the plus, don't worry about this yet, but this is what causes the slide to happen. Okay, I'm just right now showing you how to leave this gap right here, because if you don't have this gap, it's gonna look like a waterfall. It's gonna be a straight line. It's not gonna look good in game. So my early songs had that problem. Just don't try to not to ever have that. That's it. So just, that's all. So this really just leaves gap, okay? Leave a gap there. But I'm not going to put these lyrics because I'm going to put them later, okay? Okay. Oh yeah, it's coming together good already. See, you can see all this mess here. That's where the note is. Okay, so you're just going to cover that up. And you just have to know by ear where the word is coming out. You can hold shift and kind of move around. You can look up here and see where it gets quieter, and you can even see the overlay. Doesn't have to be exact, don't overthink it. It's better to have this like kind of on the beat, so then when you copy and paste it later, if he says the same exact phrase later and I copy and paste it, I don't want it to be like a major mess, like all over the place like this, because it's just going to be so hard to work with. So only like really move it around if you need to. And you're looking at it at a much closer level than the people playing the game are. If it gets too quiet though, it's kind of trail it off early. Okay. this might give you a headache, because I know that the other guy who made a video, I'm True, said he gets headaches because he scrubs the track back and forth like this. But yeah.
Nobody, 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 nobody,
So this is a slide you can see goes from here to here. Okay. Here's another slide.
I have no,
Don't let it line up like this, like I did right there.
I have no,
They need time to get up to that note anyways, you know.
I have nobody, nobody,
Unless it's the same exact spot,
nobody,
then it's fine.
nobody.
So this is going to be a slide later when I do this, okay? So I'm leaving it like that for now on purpose. And I'm going to connect these two later.
For my
Okay, now I'm going to line this up right here. See, it's not...
for my
So the fastest way is to just look up there. And do it. Because a lot of times vocalists are not going to be right on the spot.
for my
Yes. Sounds nice. Sounds very nice. All right. See. But yeah, doing this will help you figure out where it's at. Maybe this could come back a little bit, you know, make sure there's nothing touching. So this is going to be for my own, like that, slides down. He's not on this note for very long. There's a lot of echo here. So don't like try all this echo. You know, don't line that echo up. Or any crosstalk, any bleed through of the lines like the stems. Don't try any of that. So cool. Okay, continue on. So just bring these down.
oh, I'm so lonely, 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 oh, I'm so, oh, I'm so,
There's always gonna be a slide right here.
oh, I'm so lonely,
Okay. Here's another slide right here. This is the O. Oh, oh, oh. I don't know.
oh, I'm so lonely,
O right here. I'm so, and then so yeah, like that. It'll be like this. You have O. Actually, I'm not gonna do it right now because putting it on this is not gonna be easy. So that's how the slide is done here.
lonely,
Lone is here and Lee is here. Okay.
I'm Mr. Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, Mr. Mr. Lonely, lonely, lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely.
another thing that'll be helpful is staying in the key of the song. So if you're struggling to see where the notes might be, you can get a better grip on it by changing this to piano roll mode. So you're going to go to view up here, and you got to right click in this weird corner over here. I don't know, there's different places you click, different things are going to happen. So right click here in this gap and then press view mode piano roll. Okay, so now we have all the piano notes. It's going to be pretty much the same. Your note names are still there. You can see the C3 and C4 and all that, how they're off, right? Doesn't matter. But what we're looking at here is the key snap down here. Click on key snap, and then you can select the key of the song, and you can be snapped into those notes. So now when I drag these notes, it will only stay in C. So you notice how like some of these are grayed out. This is C major, so it's like all the white notes on the keyboard. Like if I did like a F minor or something, if it's minor, you're gonna do natural minor usually, almost all the time. And you see now it goes to some of these different notes and it grays out some of the other ones. So that can help you stay in the key of the song. And you can find the key just by searching it online. You just Google song and then the key, and you can find it. I'm sure there's a way to automatically detect it in here, but I'm not sure. So I'm gonna look around really quick and see if I can figure out the key of this. All right, so I looked up the original song by Akon here, and Lonely by Akon, and it's in F, and I tried that out here, F major, and it does seem to work if I move these around. You see how it only snaps into this orange, yellow, and green here. So I think that's, yeah, see, so this is definitely in the key of F major. Okay, so that's gonna help me as I'm charting this to avoid putting things in places where they would never actually go. So I'm gonna leave that on, key snap F. And if you need to put something that's not in there, you'll know, okay, this is kind of weird. Why is he singing out of key? Now, there may be a key change somewhere later in the song. That can happen, but most of the time they're going to stay in this key. Let's continue. This is a slide down, but it's so short, I'm just going to leave it like that.
I'm Mr. Lonely. Mr. Lonely.
See, so this key snap helped me realize that this isn't the spot, it's here.
Mr. Lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely.
Long.
Mr. Lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely.
So let's see, if you don't want to be in the key snap, you can uncheck it.
Lonely. Lonely.
So here he's out of the key on purpose.
I'm Mr. Lonely. Lonely.
And that's why it took me a while to find that.
Lonely. Lonely.
Okay.
I'm Mr. Lonely.
So it may not be F major. It may be something else. I don't know. Maybe F, one of these other many options here. If you're in music theory, you would know these. I'm not sure.
I'm Mr. Lonely.
Okay.
I'm Mr. I'm Mr.
Line this up here where the waveform stops right there.
Lonely. Lonely.
You can hold this a little longer than that.
Lonely. I have nobody.
line this up here. Okay. A little longer. Let's look at our earlier part, see. Doesn't really exist before that, so. Okay, we'll just leave it like that. That's not right. Okay, there we go. If you're really having a hard time seeing where these line up, you can slow down the playback just like on the other tracks. You can drag this back and do it slower. So like this one, I was having a hard time trying to figure out where he says ba D, the D here. So that helps you line it up. And it also, I could tell that this really should be down here. That's what I was really struggling with, trying to determine where that's at. Turn off the key snap. Nah, leave it there. My own. It does go down. Okay, and you can also, if the pitch isn't important to you, you can turn off this preserve pitch and audio items if you right click on that and change it, but for vocals you're probably going to need it, otherwise it's going to sound like this. So, yeah, so no, I mean, I preserve the pitch, and when I do vocals, I turn it off when I do like drums though, sometimes. You just double click it to change the playback rate to normal, and if you get in a part where it's like super easy and you're grooving and you just copy and paste in, you can always increase the rate beyond that. So I'm going to set it back to 1, and I'm going to continue on with the rest of the song. Okay. And don't obsess over it. The song, realize it's going to be playing pretty fast, so it's just a rock band song at the end of the day. If you're a little bit off, that's totally fine.
I am so lonely.
And maybe you only got to get this right the first time, and then you can copy and paste it later.
I am so lonely, so lonely. I am so lonely, so lonely, 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 so lonely. Yo, this one here goes out.
So now we have a part where he's just talking. These are called talkies. For these parts where like the person is rapping or they're saying in unpitched vocals, where the vocals shouldn't be graded based on the pitch that the singer is singing, you're gonna do something a little different with these. Um, the notes that you put for these doesn't matter. The timing does matter for these. Um, Most people don't care that much, but the pitch doesn't matter whatsoever because it's not gonna show up in the game later. So let me just show you the first part of this, and we'll come back to this again later when we add the lyrics, and I'll show you the other part. So let's see.
Yo, this one here goes.
Okay, this is just a bunch. I'm gonna put this. I like to put like my talkie notes like somewhere where it's obviously not in the rest of the song. So I usually put it like way down here or something that's out of the song range. That way I know when I come back to this later and add the lyrics, I remember to not score this part. I should see in my mind, hey, this is way down here. Why did I do that? That's because this is a rap section or talking section.
Yo, this one here goes out.
I'm going to select all of these and drag them back a little bit. That way I can hear each note individually. So I right click to select all, and then I'm going to hold shift and drag them back. That way I can hear them.
Yo, this one here goes out to all my players out there.
So let's see. I'm going to play this a little slower.
Yo, this one here goes out to all my players out there.
So yeah, it's pretty much on the beat. It doesn't have to be perfect.
All my players out there.
Okay, that's good. All right, so.
Yo, this one here goes out.
Oh.
Yo, this one here goes out.
Yeah.
Yo, this one here goes out to all my players out there.
Okay. The talkies, they don't have to be as perfect as the other notes do, like timing wise. Okay, so that's how you do those. Let me see. There's another section up here.
You know.
Let's put that here.
You know.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. Oops. Now, right now it shows up as these lines up here, right, that are pitched just like these other ones. They're all red because they don't have a lyric associated with it, by the way, but we're going to go ahead and I'm just going to put the lyrics here now just to show you this. Okay, so normally you'd put like this. You make sure the type is lyrics, and these are kind of auto-generated for you later. I'll show you how later, but okay. Now,
yeah, this one here goes.
and I'm not going to do all of these because it's going to take too long, but to make these talkies, you just put a pound sign at the end of it, at the end of each word, and that'll turn it into an unpitched vocal. Okay, and since we'll come back to this later, I may not even show this whole part in the video here now.
Yeah, this one here goes out.
Okay, but that's how they'll appear. So for now, as you're putting the pitches on all these notes, just drop these wherever and realize that these don't have to be, the timing doesn't have to be as correct on these. Okay, so I'll just leave it like that.
Yeah, this one here goes out to all my players out there.
Okay, just make sure you hit each syllable separately.
You know.
All right, and I'll come back and put lyrics later, but I'm just doing all the pitches for now. Okay, so let's continue. A lot of these are going to be talkies right here at the beginning. I know this part of this song is like this. If you can put the pitch on things though, like try to, but if it's like this, don't. Obviously don't. It's not going to be fun if you make this pitched and you make him try to say the exact pitch of this guy that's talking like this. It's going to be a terrible time. I've done it before on like some other songs and it's not good. So if there's no pitch, just
they got that one good.
Then just make it a talkie.
They got that one. They got that one good girl. got that one, got, they got, they got that one good girl, Lord. Good girl, Lord, that's all, Lord. Good girl, Lord, that's all, Lord, that's always been there, been there, man. Been there, man. Always been there, man. Like,
Just kind of line it up with those ones up there.
like, took all the bull, took all, took all the, took all the bullshit, took all the bullshit. But then one day, but then, but then one day, but then one day she can't take it. She can't, she can't take it, take it no more, take it no more. Decide, 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 decide to leave, decide to leave. Yeah, yeah, I woke up in the middle.
All right, now we're on to the verse. Let's go.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
If there's like a tremolo in his voice where he's doing like this, don't chart that little tiny movement.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Just make it a straight line. Like don't, like if his voice does this tremolo like this,
yeah,
don't chart like a bunch of little ones like up and down. Don't do that. I've done it, you know, like this. It doesn't look good, so don't do that. Okay, just let this just chart it normally with a straight line like this, and let the singer do it themselves, or it's gonna throw off the score.
yeah, yeah. I woke up. I woke up. I woke. I woke up in the middle of the night.
Oh yeah.
I woke up in the middle.
I kind of line it up with this top part here, you know. So, yeah.
Woke up in the middle of the night, and I noticed my. In the middle of the night, and I know.
These aren't perfectly correct, but it's gonna take a long time if you obsess over it.
In the middle of the night.
Line that up, see. Don't get too crazy though.
In the middle of the night, and I noticed. And I noticed my. And I know. And I noticed my. Notice my girl. Notice my girl wasn't by my girl. Girl wasn't by my girl wasn't by. Notice my girl wasn't by wasn't by my girl wasn't by wasn't by my side. Wasn't by my girl wasn't by my side. Girl wasn't by my side.
Sounds bad.
Wasn't by my side.
So if it doesn't line up, you gotta play until it lines up. Slow down a little bit.
Wasn't by my side.
Oh, this one's wrong, that's why.
Wasn't by my side.
There you go.
Girl wasn't by my side. Wasn't by my side.
Yep, it's pretty good. I'm not sure why. Oh yeah, it doesn't line up because there's a slide here that I'm doing.
By my side.
Cool.
Could've sworn I.
Gonna move all these down. If there's any repeats, you can do that, but we're not that far into the verse yet to really have anything like that. This song might have very few repeats with how, I mean, the chorus is going to be repeated, but these verses are probably going to be the guys going all over the place as he feels like it.
Could've sworn I.
I'm going to hold shift and drag all these back so that way I can hear when the words separate.
Could've sworn I was dreaming. Could've sworn I was. Could've sworn I was. Sworn I was. I was dreaming. Was dreaming. Dreaming. Was dreaming for. What I was dreaming for. Dreaming for. Was dreaming for. Could've sworn I was dreaming for. I was dreaming for. I was being. I was being. I was feeling. I was feeling. For I was feeling. For I was feeling so I. Feeling so I. Feeling so I. Feeling so. So I had to take a little ride. And so I had to take a little. So I had to take. So I. So I. So I had to take a little ride. Take a little ride.
Just looking up here, you know, see how there's lines up here? That's what I'm trying to do. Like that, see?
So I had to take a little ride. Take a little ride.
Cool.
So I had to take a little ride.
Pitch detection things went down here. Let's take a listen.
Take a little ride.
Oh yeah. Is it in the key? Yeah, it's in the key.
So I had to take a little ride.
Yeah, it's good.
Right, back, right,
Surprised it didn't go down here.
right, right.
Cool. Let's get all these down.
Backtracking over these few years, trying to figure out what I do to make it go back. Backtracking, backtracking over these, backtracking over, tracking over these few years, few years, few years, few years, few years trying to figure out what I do, trying to figure out what I do to, trying to figure out what I, what I do to, what I do to make it go back, what I do to, what I do to, what I do to make it go back.
If there's a bunch of drops like this, I try to make the drop the same as it was before usually. You know, make sure it's in key somewhere. Wherever you end your drop, it should be in the key.
Go back. Go back.
But it should be pretty short, so they don't have to like hit a long note.
Go back. Go, make it go back.
And this one here, he hits 3 distinctly.
Go back.
You know, in the game, you're not going to see that much, but this is what's happening. You know, I mean, it will look good, though, if you do it like this. Just the singer is not going to care.
Go back.
Well, you might. Good singer is going to have fun with this. That's why I like it. Not because I'm a good singer at all, but because it's fun to try, right?
Figure out what I do to make it go back.
Yeah.
'Cause ever since my girl.
Okay. Make this a talkie. If you're gonna have a spot like that, that's like that cuz ever. Okay. So make this a talkie as necessary. If like put this down here, if like you know there's no way that you're gonna be able to hit this. Because he says cuz ever since, and the cuz is so low. The cuz is so short that I usually make these talkies right here, because there's not really a note there anyways for you to hit. So just make that a talkie. Just put it low, and then later on when you come back, you'll know, well, it's low, so I'm gonna put the hashtag on there. One more thing is don't change the vocal range too much. Back here I had a spot where he goes pretty high, right? And the pitch detection, you might have to decide, well, I want to go up here, you know, or down there. But if you stretch it too much, you're gonna make the entire view of the lyrics stretch really, really far. So I wouldn't do that, you know, until the very end of the song, because it affects the view here. So if you do want to do a shift like this, you can do a lyric shift. Where is it? No, range shift. And then you can indicate that the entire song, like if all of this is going to shift upwards, what you can do is, let's say all this is going to go up an entire octave, like that. Then right before this, you put a range shift. Now, I've never used this, so I don't think that it's very common. I've never had to use this, but you're supposed to do the range shift right before this section. And I think that the width of the range shift is how long it takes for the thing to stretch as well. The animation for this thing to stretch. It doesn't show on here. I've tried it. It doesn't display here, but yeah. So that's what you use to indicate that you need the UI to refocus on this top part. So that's range shift. The lyric shift, it's for static vocals, and I don't really test the static vocals, so I don't know. And Rock Band says, Harmonic says in that C3 guide or whatever that 99% of songs they don't use it, and if you check some of their songs, there's like no lyric shift, so don't worry about that. So I'm gonna continue charting now. I'm gonna bring this part back down.
Backtracking over these few years, trying to figure out what I do to make it go bad. Cause ever since, ever, cause ever, ever since my girl, ever since my girl, ever since, ever since my girl, girl, girl left, left, left me, left me, 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 my whole, my, my whole, my whole, my whole, whole, whole life, whole life, whole life can cry, 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 cry,
Make this one pretty small because he goes up quickly.
can cry, cry,
Might just start up here like this.
can cry, chilling, chilling, love, 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 cry, chilling, love, love, so, love, so, love, so, 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 so,
Okay. Now this is the harmony. So I'm not gonna chart it for now. Later, when I do the harmonies, I will come back. Sometimes I accidentally do harmonies too. You know, you chart it and then you can just copy it for your future self. You know, and sometimes the primary vocalist has to sing the harmony too. So if you get to the part like this where the harmonies do come out, and you got to think, do you want the primary singer to sing this harmony too if they have time to sing it, or does it not make sense because it's just going to be so rushed and they're going to have to change keys so quickly or something? Doesn't make a lot of sense. So listen to it here and turn off the FX for the these noises here.
I'm so lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, I have nobody.
So you wouldn't want the primary singer to sing this. You know, in some cases you would be able to like let them join in on the fun there in the back part too, but not this one because there's not enough time and it's not the same spot. So if you do end up accidentally charting these, then you know, just take them out, copy them into like harm 1 for now. Like let's say you accidentally chart all these harmonies, select them, paste them into this. Actually, you want to paste them into harm 2, but just paste them into harm 2 and save them for later, like these backup spots. And but yeah, try to avoid, you know. But a lot of times they'll be singing this part as well. It's just this is really, really tight, so I'm not going to do that. So it's up to you to decide what to grade them on.
Mr. Lonely, Mr. Lonely,
Let's see if this starts to copy.
I'm Mr. Lonely.
I mean, kind of, but not really.
I'm Mr.
It's the same notes, but not the same speed.
I'm Mr. Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely,
I'm just looking at this top part here. Right?
I'm Mr.
Oops, careful not to put little tiny notes like I just did that. Don't, yeah, careful.
I'm Mr. Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, Lonely,
I think it's down there.
I have nobody. I have nobody.
Line up here.
I have nobody. Nobody. I have nobody. Have nobody. Have nobody. For have nobody. For my own. For my.
Oops.
For my own. For my own. To call my own. Girl, I'm so. Girl, 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 I'm so. Girl, I'm so. I'm so. I'm so. Girl, I'm so. I'm so. I'm so. I'm so lonely. Girl, I'm so lonely. Girl, I'm so lonely.
All right, so we just keep on moving like that.
Girl, I'm so lonely. Lonely. I missed alone. Girl, I'm so lonely. I missed alone.
So that I can copy, I think.
I missed alone. I missed alone. I missed alone.
If you copy and paste sections, like you find a spot like this where it's the same as before, try to keep it the same amount of notes in your slides as the other one if you can, if it makes sense, because when you copy and paste your lyrics over, it'll line up better that way. So I copied and pasted this section over here, so that's just something to note. So I'm gonna keep deleting these and dragging over these other sections that are the same. So that's why it's important to get it right the first time too. So when you copy it, they're all kind of right. So let's move that over a little bit here. This could have a little more. I just leave it short. Better to leave less notes than more. That way, you know, you can sing whatever you want in this part instead of locking the singer to this note. Because he sounds like he could be holding that note, but he could also be going up and down a little bit down here. So I'm not gonna lock the singer to that note, so I'll just put it short here. You just leave it like right here, and that's it. I'm gonna continue to copy and paste where I can. Or you can hold Control, click, and move it over. Here I left that little tiny note here, so line it up with the waveform up above. Perfect. Okay, let's see if this next verse lines up with the previous verse at all.
Yeah, I woke up in the middle of the
Nope. I figured it wouldn't. How about this part?
backtracking over these few
Maybe this part will.
years trying to figure out. Can't believe I had a girl like you and I just let you walk right out of my life. What I do to make it go bad.
Yeah, so we'll probably have to do this again.
Ever since my girl left.
Which I kind of felt like that would happen for the verses. But a lot of these choruses we can copy and paste, hopefully. So let's just do this verse by hand.
Can't believe I had a Can't believe I had a girl like, girl like, girl like you and like you and you and you and I, you and I, you and I, just you and I, just let you, just let you, just let you walk, let you walk right out of my. Just let you walk right out, walk right out, right out of my life, right out, right out, right out, right out, right out, right out of my life, 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 my life, walk right out of my, right out of my life, after my life, out of my life, after right out of my life, after all I, after all, after all, after all, after all I, after all I put, after all I put, all I put, all I put you through, put you through, through, you through, through, you still, you still, through, you still, through, you through, you after all I put, after all, after all I put you, after all I put you, all I put you through, I put you through, I put you through, you still stuck around, you still stuck, you still stuck around and you still, you still stuck around, you still, 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 you still, you still stuck around, still, still stuck around, stuck around, stuck around, stuck around, stand by, stuck around and stand by my side, still stuck around and stand, stuck around and stand, stuck around and stayed by. Stuck around and stayed by. Stuck around and stayed by. 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 Still stuck around and stayed by my side. Still stuck around and stayed. Stuck around and stayed by my side. What really hurt me is I broke your heart. In a whole life, baby, you're a good girl, and I really hurt me. What really hurt me is I broke. What, re- what really hurt me, really hurt me is, really hurt me is I broke your heart. Broke your heart, baby, heart, baby, baby, you're a good, you're a good, you're a good girl, you're a good girl, baby, you're a good girl, and you're a good girl, and I girl, and I had good girl, girl, and I had girl, and I had, and I had, and I and I had no girl, and I had no right, no right, no right, right, no right, no right, no right, had no right, right, no right, had no right, had no right, no right. I really want, I really want, really want, really want, really want to, really want to make things right, really want to make things right, things right, things right, 'cause right, things right, 'cause right, 'cause things right, 'cause without, 'cause without, without, without you, 'cause without you in my life, 'cause without you in my life, without you and without you, without you and without you and you and my life, without you and without you and my without you and my without you without you without you and my life, without you and my without you and my without you and without you and my life, life and my life and my without you and my life, without you and my my without you and my life, without you and my life, yeah, yeah. Mr. Long.
Alright, so here's a spot where I see a section that looks like it could be copy and pasted right here.
Mr. Long.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is, from the lay of lone lay right there, I'm going to copy everything after that. Let's see, where was it? Right here. So,
Mr. Long.
and we're going to see how good of a job I did on lining this up and if it repeats properly or not. Let's see, right here. And I'm going to copy as much as possible after this, that way if I see later that I don't need this, I can delete it. But if I do need more, then I'm going to have to go back and copy and paste again, and I don't want to do that, so I'm going to copy and paste as much as I can. Okay, when I pasted it, let's see, this is where it pasted to.
Mr. Long.
I'm going to delete all the spots, the placeholder notes that I had made earlier, because I'm not going to need any of those, hopefully. Let's take a listen.
Mr. Long. I have nobody for my own. I'm so lonely.
Okay, so it didn't line up perfectly right there. We're going to repeat that one more time.
For my own. I'm so lonely.
So I'm going to delete this because it's not lined up here anymore. And we're going to find the spot where he goes high like that. Okay. Let's see.
Girl, I'm so lonely. Mr. Long.
Okay, maybe there. Yeah, I think so. Here, bro.
Girl,
Let's copy from there across now.
for my own. Mr. Lonely.
Yeah, so there you go. Let's see.
I'm so lonely.
Yeah.
I'm so lonely.
Okay, so that works.
Mr. Lonely. I have nobody for my own. Been all about the world, ain't never been.
Okay, so now this is another verse here. It's going to be roughly the same notes, so we can try to use as much of this verse notes as we can, which would be great. And I just need to add in this little part that's missing right here. And yeah, that's all we need to do, and hopefully we can do much more of that copy and pasting later. But for now, I'm going to continue filling in that spots and working through the verse.
Been all about the world, ain't never met a girl that can take the things that you've been through. Never thought.
Yeah, most of these don't line up, so I'm trying to see if I can slide them over and then they'd be in the right spot, but it looks like we're going to have to redo this part.
Never thought the day would come.
The first part was
Been all about the world, ain't never met a girl that can take the things that you've been through.
up to here was good, but then
Girl that can take the things that you've been.
I'm not sure if he did that previously.
Can't believe I had a girl like you and I.
See, this was
Just
the
let
previous
you
one,
walk.
but he went down there.
Put you
So we don't have a spot where he does that.
in and out. Backtracking over these.
So we're going to need to do that again, which is all good.
Been all about the world, ain't never met a girl.
I'm going to need my green notes back for that. Without them, that's okay. If we don't have those, let's see. So I'm going to remove all this, unfortunately. And let's see.
Met a girl that. Met a girl that. Girl that can take the things that you've been through. Girl that. Girl. Met a girl. Never met a girl. Been all. Been all about the world, ain't never. Ain't never met a girl. Never met. Ain't never met. Never met a girl. Never met a girl. Never met a girl. Girl that. Girl that. Never met a girl that can take. Girl that. Girl that
And while I'm doing this, I'm just looking at the waveforms up there. Since I don't have the green notes as a guide, I'm just gonna look at the waveform there on the top, and because if I did Control Z, I would undo my other work and I wouldn't get my green notes back anyways because I messed up my undo history. So I can just do this freehand and look up here for each spike, and you'll see those are where the words are. So when I do this, you can see this one's a slide right here. Okay, but the next word starts right here in this gap, and then it's right there. If you look up there, you can see the gap here. When you, and the U is like down here, even though there's some guiding with this midified vocals here behind it, but it's not always going to be there like these ones. It wasn't there for those. And if you can't hear it, of course, slow it down. And this might seem like a lot of work, and it doesn't have to be super precise. In a lot of cases, you may just do the whole song on pitch vocals. I know people that come from like Clone Hero and stuff, they do that a lot. This is just doing it the proper way as best I can show you. Let me slow it down and try to hear this. Never thought the day would come when you get up. See, it's perfect. And I've only just looked at the top part up here. I haven't even, used any guide notes or anything like that. So you just can look at these sections of words because, the vowels ring out, the consonants don't. So you can kind of just draw, hold shift most of the time when you're doing this. And the less slides you do, the better, because you're gonna have to do a lot less modification of the lyrics later. But if the slides are there, I'm gonna put it. Just if you start to get exhausted later on, you're gonna start getting like, I don't want to do this many slides. For some songs, it's not as important, but for this song, it's like a heavily vocal oriented song, so the vocals here matter a lot. So I'm gonna try to do as many slides as I can. So yeah, just continue going ahead like that. Cause ain't no cause ain't nowhere cause ain't cause ain't nowhere cause ain't nowhere cause ain't nowhere where in the globe in the globe in the globe 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 I'd rather be
rather be. I'd rather be. Rather be. Oh, I'd rather be. Ain't no one in the globe I'd rather see than the girl. Rather be. Ain't no one in the. Rather be. Rather be. Ain't no one. Ain't no one in the. Ain't no one. Ain't no one in. Ain't no one in the. One. Ain't no one in the globe I'd rather see. One in the globe. Ain't no one in the. Ain't no one in the. One in the globe. One in the globe I'd rather see. 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 Rather rather see than the girl of my dreams that made me be. Than the girl of my dreams that made me be. Than the girl of my dreams that girl. The girl of my. Than the. Than the girl. Than the girl of my dreams. My dream of my dream. Ain't nowhere. Ain't no one. Ain't no one in the club. One in the club. One in the club. In the club. There in the club. In the club. 'Cause ain't nowhere in the globe I'd rather be. Ain't no one in the globe I'd rather see than the girl of my dreams that made me. Than the. Than the girl. Than the girl of my dreams that made me be. So happy but now so lonely. So happy. So happy but now so lonely. So lonely. So lonely. 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 So happy but now so happy. So happy but now but now but now so now so now so now so long so long so lonely 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 so lonely lonely so lonely so lonely.
Let's see if there's anywhere I can copy this from.
So lonely, so lonely, I have no been all about. I'm so you and I broke you like you. So lonely, I miss the lonely.
So I can copy this probably.
I came crashing and I'm so lonely.
Up to probably here.
Call my own.
Okay, let's do that. Here.
So lonely and I'm so lonely.
Now I'm gonna use Control Shift and V to paste within the measure. So, but let me see first.
So lonely, I have nobody. Call my own. Never thought that.
So I'm gonna see this whole section probably. I'm gonna move that out of the way. This hopefully can be copied. I'm gonna press Control Shift V to paste, preserving the position and measure. So let's see, that's going to keep this at the same spot in the measure where it was previously over here. Somewhere back here, I think it was this one. So where it's at in the measure is the same. This one. So is right here, lonely is there. So we've pasted it here. So and lonely here, I believe. Let's see, but it's off, so we're gonna move it.
But now so lonely, so lonely.
We're gonna move this all back.
So lonely, so lonely. And I'm so lonely, I miss the lonely. But now so lonely, so lonely. So lonely.
I'm gonna get rid of these stop parts here now. Looks like it kind of lines up down here, so I'm gonna get rid of them. Hope I didn't copy and paste the wrong spot here. He never really goes low pitch. I'm trying to hear this part where he goes low, but I don't.
Happy but now so lonely, so lonely,
He doesn't get low there. Okay.
I have nobody to call my own.
Okay, so let's not do that, unfortunately. Let's see. Okay, so up to there is good. This part, no. Let's try this part. But it's not looking like it's gonna line up. I'll probably just do this manually. Yeah, I'm not liking it. It's taking too much time too, so let's just do this by hand. It's gonna be fast. It's faster if you can just snap it to the grid a lot of times and just leave it like that. Just keep looking at the top up here and aligning everything as you see it, as you hear it. This part's gonna be hard because he's changing. It's hard to sing because he's singing this part. It's too the same singer overlaid on himself. You know, the same guy in 2 tracks. So it's gonna be tough to sing this in reality, but. It's off key. Yeah, it's right there, off key. It's good. He's overlapping himself here. I'm gonna skip this part here. I'm just gonna throw it like in Harm 2 or something for now. I'm gonna get rid of this entirely. I'm gonna cut this, or you can copy it, and with Control X, I'm gonna cut it out. I'm gonna go paste it into the harmony for another time. I'm gonna use Control Shift V to paste preserving position and measure. So later on, if I come back and do the harmonies, it'll be there. That way this guy doesn't have to go change like keys so quickly like that. And I'm gonna add in the M from Mr. Lonely here, the mist. So now instead of doing this other track, here I'm doing the primary. Let's see if we can do that.
Never thought that I'd be alone.
Almost there.
Never never thought never thought that I'd be alone. 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 I don't be alone. Never thought that I'd be alone. Never thought that I'd be alone. Be alone. Be alone. I be alone. I didn't think you. I didn't think you'd be gone this long.
It's nice. Lines up well.
Be gone this long. Gone this long. This gone this long. This long. 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 This long. This long.
Ooh, this song has a lot of slides. That's why it's taking a long time.
On this long. I just want you to call my. I you to call my phone. So I want you to call my. Call my. Call. 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 Call my. Call my. Call my phone. Call my phone. Phone. I just want you to call my phone.
Normally you can copy and paste all these sections, but it's a lot of changes here.
So stop.
So I'm just gonna do it by hand.
So stop,
It'll take longer.
stop playing, playing, girl. Girl, girl, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, baby girl, come on. Baby girl, 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 I didn't mean, girl, I didn't mean, baby girl, I didn't mean, I did, baby girl, I didn't mean.
Didn't. The int on didn't is pretty quiet. It's right there though.
Girl, I didn't mean, to shout,
Gonna put this really small 2 here because it's gonna be hard to hit that, so I'm gonna get just pretty tiny.
to shout, to shout, shout, me to 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 shout. I want me and you to work it out.
Really unfortunate I can't copy from previously.
I want
I knew this was gonna be the hardest track in the song.
me and you,
But this makes this take a whole lot longer.
me and you. Work it out, get out. I want me and you to work it out, 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 work it out. I want me and you to work it out.
Mm-hmm.
I never, I never, I never wished, I never wished, I never And it's driving me crazy cause I'm so it's driving me and it's driving me crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy cause me crazy cause crazy cause crazy cause crazy cause cause something crazy cause
See if I can copy this part, hopefully.
Dreams that made me too happy, but now so lonely, so lonely, so lonely. I have nobody. Lonely, so lonely. I miss the lonely, so lonely. I have nobody. I have no lonely, I have nobody. So happy, but now so lonely, so lonely.
Copy as much as I can. Listen to it.
So lonely, so I miss the lonely.
Try Control Shift V here. See if it pastes. Preserving position and measure. They kind of line up here with the midified background. Let's listen to it. Oh yeah, here we go. Now we finally got that spot recopied. Thank goodness. Oh boy. Alright, let's see what we got here. So I delete all my placeholders. Deleted them. Let's see what we can do. Okay, it's lining up now. That's good. Just just add an extra word here. Girl, I'm. It goes up a little higher right here. It goes up a little bit, but not quite enough for it to. No, it's not up, it's right there. Okay. Yeah, it's the same. Okay. Now let's see which singer I should be taking here. No, that's tough. Maybe I should use the other one here. Maybe I'll do it for my own on this part instead because it's the same guy. So I'm going to put this, I'm going to take this out, I'm going to cut this, Control X, I'm going to put in the Harm 2 track, again, just for later. If I'm going to do harmonies, I'll just put in there, I'm going to use Control Shift V to paste, preserving the position and measure. So that'll be there if I need it later, but I'm going to go ahead and chart this for my own part here. It's gonna be hard to switch like this, but what you gotta do, what you gotta do. Cool. That way it's the same singer, because this is clearly background. Oh, this is kind of where it gets off too, it looks like. So he repeats that first part of the chorus again. And it sounds like he's hitting some high notes that didn't happen previously, so it's probably going to be not much to copy here. Yeah, there's a lot going on here that's different, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this manually again. We're almost there. This is gonna sound really good. She's got a good voice. Wish mine sounded like that. Maybe with enough practice, right? You can dream. Almost there. This is copied from before, but I'm already here, so. All right. Here comes the fun part. For the singer, anyways. Maybe not for the charter. It's not really gonna see all this in the game. Like these little baby steps in between. But it doesn't take much effort to put them, so I'm just gonna put them anyways. Like you could just do these slides, like you could take out these two and just do from here to here and up to there, but since I hear him hitting those for a moment before he drops down, I'm just gonna leave him. And he's doing like a tremolo here as well. You can see the MIDI file shows it's going up and down. I'm just gonna put that as a straight line, obviously. Not gonna put this too long. Let people, if they want to go that far, they can. It won't dock them any points, so it doesn't force them to be holding it so long. So even though he's going beyond this here, I'm not gonna put it that long. Amazing. All right. Looks like we're done here with these vocals. Okay, so let's move on to the next part. The next part is going to take a bit longer, but not too bad. Probably not quite as long as putting the pitches on things. So what you're going to do to get the lyrics in here, to get the words to line up in the song, and it's going to show up here in the preview as well that we had opened previously with F8, the Encore Vox preview. You're going to look up the lyrics online, so you're going to go to Google, and you're going to search for the song and type lyrics. And when you search like this, you're gonna see, this song is a cover, right, of Lonely by Akon. And you're gonna get these lyrics here. You're gonna copy them from the search engine or one of these other sites like AZ Lyrics is pretty good. You'll go in there and you're gonna copy all of these parts. Okay, here. Now I'm gonna copy the one without any decorators around it, just so I don't have to erase them, because I'm gonna erase anything that says chorus, etc. Like on the Genius lyrics, they have like chorus, interlude, verse 1, all that. So I'm not gonna take that one for now, but we're gonna need this one later. It's nicer because it has those decorators. But for now, we're just gonna take these and we're gonna put it into a text document. Okay, so we're gonna open a new text document in Notepad. Here we're gonna paste it in. The lyrics into this document, okay? So here's all of our lyrics. Now, in order to get this to display properly in Rockband, we're going to have to hyphenate all these syllables. So we're going to copy this into a lyric hyphenator. You can also ask AI to do this, and it does a pretty good job, especially if it's another language. Like I do some Tagalog songs for Filipinos, and this hyphenator only works with English words, but we're going to use this for this song since it's mostly English. I'll link this in the chat as well, or in the description. So after I paste it in here, I press hyphenate. It put hyphens for each syllable. I'm going to Control A to select all, Control C to copy it. I'm going to go over here and then overwrite this, Control V to paste over it. And so we have our sections. Now I wish it kept these gaps here, which is kind of unfortunate that it didn't do that. So I'm gonna try this one over here instead, because I want those gaps in there, just to help me out. So I'm gonna hyphenate it again, put it over here, and I'll take this out. Okay, so now after you got your lyrics in here, you're going to, I'm removing all these decorators while I'm speaking, but you're going to take all the hyphens and put a space after them with the search and replace all. So you're going to press Control H, or you can do File and Edit, or is it Edit and Replace All? There, replace. So Control H, and we're going to replace all the dashes with a dash and a space, like that. When I press replace all, it's going to put spaces like this. So they're going to be grouped separately in Reaper. Then we're going to again press Control H and we're going to remove all these commas. So we're going to press Control H and we're going to put a comma on the top, and in the bottom part we're going to put nothing at all, and we're going to press Replace All, because commas don't show up that well in Rock Band, so we're going to get rid of those. Usually parentheses don't show up that well either, so we don't want those either. Apostrophes are fine, quotation marks are fine, exclamation points are great, question marks are great, things like that. So most punctuation is fine. It's just you need to get rid of anything on the bottom like commas, usually periods. Like this one, I may spread this out. Mr. didn't get hyphenated correctly. I'll change it to Mr. like that. Okay, so you'll do that in these areas. Now in this song, they're using it a lot, so I'm gonna go ahead and change that here, like this. Okay, so let's do that. Certain slang words aren't going to be hyphenated properly, like I said, with different languages, so you'll need to do it manually. This is where AI can help you for certain areas, because every time there's something without an ing on it, it does in apostrophe, it does miss it. So you can do those manually. This looks pretty good. So we've got our lyrics now. So we're gonna save this off as a lyrics file, like anywhere you want. Just save it as a text document somewhere in your group of songs. So in your folder that you made earlier for the song, I have one here with the artist and the song name. I'm gonna just name it whatever you want. You can name it anything. Save it as a text document. Okay. We don't need the website anymore for now. We're just gonna keep this. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna split this up a little bit. We're gonna have on one side our lyrics, on the other side the Reaper editor. Okay. There is a automation that's included in the configuration when you set up originally, and I'll show you. It's in your actions, but it's Shift L. If you go to actions and show action list, section, let's see, MIDI editor. There it is. Import lyrics for selected notes from file. So Shift L just imports everything from this text document one-to-one for each note listed here. So to do this, we're going to go into the part vocals track. We're going to press Control A to select everything. Okay, so Control A. Everything here has to be selected. And you're going to press Shift L. And you're going to select, it says load lyrics from file. You're going to select the text document that you made earlier. Okay, now all the lyrics are going to appear here on the bottom as lyric events. If you double click on it, it's a type of lyrics. You see, automatically generated for you. Now you're going to go through here at each one, and you're going to make sure that it's correct when you listen to it. And I'll show you for different parts, like the slides. This is going to come up pretty immediately here, and then I'll show you how that works. So play through it, make sure the lyrics are correct. Now here, lonely, okay, he already goes down right here. On the lay, on lonely, is a slide. So we're going to, instead of have this I'm right here be I'm, it's going to be you're going to indicate it as a slide by using a plus character. So we're going to go here to our lyrics, and we're going to, after Lee, L-Y, we're going to put a space and a plus there. The plus indicates that this is a slide. Now we're going to click here. We're going to press Control A to select all the notes again, and we're just going to press Shift L again. So Shift and L to load lyrics from file. We'll select the lyrics file once again. Now you see the slide is applied there. Now we're going to scroll over and we're going to continue to do this a couple more times. Okay, no slides there. You do want to take a note of your capitalization here, if that's fine. So here I'm going to lowercase it because it's just doesn't make sense to be capital there. I'm gonna lowercase, but I'm gonna go ahead and leave it there. I'm gonna continue, and I'll come back to it later. Okay, so let's zoom out a little bit and let's keep going.
I have nobody.
Okay,
I have nobody.
so the Y has a slide on it, so we're gonna put a plus after the Y. Okay, right here. And now I'm gonna go ahead and I press save, Control S to save this file again, and I'm gonna go here, Control A, Shift L, select the lyrics file again. Okay, and you kind of get in this groove. Now, if you go back over here, these are not capitalized anymore.
I'm Mr. Lonely.
Come over here, and now we have our slide.
I have nobody.
Cool. And while you're doing this, you can listen if the notes are off. You can adjust them.
I have nobody.
Like this slide should probably be a little earlier. This is overkill, but I'm just showing it for the tutorial. So you can go ahead and slide it. When you select the note, the event down here, the lyric event, will be connected to the note. So as you move the note, this will also move. You can turn that on or off using this right here, this button, CC selection follows note selection. Then it won't do that anymore in case you want to separate them. If you do that, however, this is going to get confused because this no longer has a lyric associated with it, and you will get an error in Magma when you try to export it later. So usually you want to have that on. Now once they're disconnected like this, they're not going to be connected ever again until you bring them back onto the same exact spot in the time frame. Then they'll be connected again. Okay. Let's keep going. I would like the 4 to be capitalized, so I'm gonna make that capitalized. Now you hear own has 2 slides. I'm gonna put 2 pluses after own, like that. Okay. Control S to save. Come over here. Control A, Shift L. Select your text file. You only need to press open because the file is already selected. Cool. And this will be a pretty fast process, you know, as you get into it. So you see the O has a slide. Lone has a slide. I'm going to just continue a little bit so I don't need to come back and save back and forth over and over again. So the next lonely has a plus here. Let's see if I got it in the right one. It might be this one or that one. Let's make sure I didn't mess it up. Control A over here. After I already saved the text document, I'm going to press Shift L. And it's already selected. I'm just going to press open.
Oh, I'm so lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely.
Perfect.
I have nobody for.
Now I'm going to go through and I'm going to do this with the entire file. Just make sure these are all lined up by adding pluses. That is the main character you need to know about. And if I have other situations later, I'm going to show you. Like there's going to be an unpitched section over here, so I'll show that in a moment after I do these next few.
I have nobody for my own.
Also, these lyrics are taken from the original song, so not this cover. So there's going to be some that are missing entirely, so I'm going to remove those. I'm just going to reload the file.
I have nobody for my own. I am so.
Okay, so you have to rewrite the lyrics sometimes.
I am so lonely.
Okay. The more white space, the better. The space is good, so you can see what you're working with.
I have nobody for my own. I am so lonely.
Try to leave some space in these gaps here, you know, as much as you can, so they can have time to get to the next note.
I have nobody for my own. I am so lonely.
Looks good to me. Okay. Now, let's talk about these unpitched vocals. Okay. Unpitched vocals are pretty simple, and a lot of times when people try things with Moonscraper, they'll come across as unpitched vocals, which is another charting tool, you know, for Guitar Hero, Clone Hero. And you can come back in here and put pitches on them, or sometimes people that do those charts do as well. But all that's doing is putting a hashtag at the end of each word. So when this part is a talkie part,
Yo, this one here goes out to all my players out there.
you don't want the players to have to sing this in the correct pitch. It's really miserable.
Yo, this one here goes out to all.
So worst case, if you don't want to chart the entire pitch of the entire song, because it does take a long time, you can just put the whole thing as talkies if you'd like. Some people do that. I prefer the pitches, but that's fine. You know, it's better than nothing, better than having no lyrics at all. And you're just going to put a hashtag at the end of each word like this. So you're going to put a hashtag right here, pound symbol, whatever you want to call it, at the end of each word as such. Okay, now when I save this, and then I press select all here, and press Shift L and reload it, you'll see at the top in the preview, they show up as those parts in the Rock Band where you don't need to do the pitch.
Yo, this one here goes out to all my players out there.
Okay.
Yo, this one here. Yo, this one here goes out to.
Now, it doesn't have to be as perfect for the unpitched ones. It doesn't really matter. The timing isn't as serious. I do want to fix that capitalization on this to part right here, because this is part of the same sentence. Probably this part is going to have the same thing, so we'll see. You know, you can do a replace all with this, but it's not going to be the whole song. It's just going to be part of it, but you could replace all with the spaces if you wanted to. I know that all these have it, so I'm going to just go in here and do this by hand. Okay, so put a hashtag at the end of each one. Saved it, press Control A to select all, and then press Shift L.
Yo, this one here goes out to all my players out there.
Okay.
You know.
Now this song is different because this is the cover. This isn't the same one, so instead of man, it's gonna say straight to you know.
They got that one.
So I'm gonna save that, reload it.
You know. They got that one good girl, Lord. It's always.
He said Lord instead of dog here. Keep going. I'm not gonna update it yet. Just gonna save that.
One good girl, Lord. It's always been there, man.
Looks like it lines up.
Like took all the bull.
Okay, here I forgot to put the hashtag, and look how it appears. That's a problem because you don't want to have to hit that.
Took all the bullshit.
Okay, so I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna with Control S. I'm gonna go over here, press Control Alt, Shift L. Now you don't have to press Control A every time if you don't click in a spot where you're gonna. If you don't click here, then you can not have to do that. If you click in the top or you click somewhere else, then you're fine. It'll still remain everything selected. So I usually, once I get going faster here, I'm not gonna click here in this area anymore.
Like took all the bullshit.
So you'll see what I mean later on.
But then one day she can't take it no more.
It's great. These are easy to do, so it's nice. People like these.
And decide to leave. And decide to leave.
I'm gonna remove the S off decides to leave because it's just decide to leave here.
Leave. Yeah.
Then we get into the song, and that's why I usually put these here on the bottom, that way, or either that or up really high, so you know that these are talkies. So if I ever have talkies in the middle of the song, like way over here, I'll know like, okay, this one was probably intended to be unpitched vocals talkie right there, or anything like that, or this one probably was as well. So you can easily see it because you don't want to mess up, because if you try to make them hit these notes, it's going to be frustrating. They won't be able to hit it. All right, so that's the unpitched. We're going to continue on with the regular pitched vocals now.
And decide to leave. Yeah.
Remove the me.
Yeah.
Yeah, has a slide.
I woke up in the middle of the night and I noticed my girl wasn't by my side. My girl wasn't by my
By has a slide.
side. Could have sworn I was dreaming.
Okay, I'm going to save it and let's check it out. Control A, Shift L.
Yeah.
Okay, so now this is that extra word was removed.
Leave. Yeah. I woke up in the middle of the night and I noticed my girl wasn't by my side.
Okay, you're watching this Encore Vox preview here to make sure everything lines up.
Could have sworn I was dreaming for.
There's an extra capitalization here. These aren't as big a deal as long as the spelling is good. That's okay. There is tools that can automatically change the capitalization for you. Well, I don't worry about that too much.
Sworn I was dreaming for. I was fiending, so I had to take a little ride.
Yeah, not a major deal there.
I was dreaming for. I was fiending, so I had to take a little ride. Backtracking over these few years. Backtracking over these. Backtracking over these. Over these.
Now you see it got off here, so I put on as two words, but it should only be one.
Over these few. Tracking over these.
I said over these few years.
Over. Tracking over these.
So he changed the lyrics here. Oops. Okay.
These few years.
Few is slide.
These few years.
Okay, where am I? Sometimes I put some extra space here so I know where I'm at. That white space is whatever. You can put as much as you want.
Years trying to figure. Few years trying to figure out what I do to make it go bad.
Go.
Go bad.
Go has one slide,
Go bad.
and bad has two.
Backtracking over these few years trying to figure out what I do to make it go bad.
Cool. And the trying here is capitalized, so we're going to get rid of that. A lot of times I don't even catch these though, you know, they slip through and I kind of feel bad, but it's okay.
Go bad.
I mean, you're putting a lot of work in here as it is, so people should be grateful. Here's the cuz, that's going to be a talkie. So I'm going to go down here, we're here now. Put the hashtag after the word, like that. Okay, I'm not going to update it yet because I want to listen a little more first.
Cause ever since my girl left me, my whole life came.
Hold. Slide.
Whole life came crashing.
Crash. Slide. And it wasn't hyphenated by the program, so I'm going to put a dash and a space. After the dash, I'm going to put a hashtag there to indicate, excuse me, no, not a hashtag. We're going to put a plus there to indicate the slide.
Came crashing and unfold. Crashing. Crashing and unfold. And unfold.
I'm has the slide.
Unfold. Unfold.
So has a slide. Gonna remove the ellipsis here, the triple dots. Lonely has a slide here. Okay. Gonna press Control A, Shift L. Let's go back to where we updated the last time. Now, if this entire thing slides over, there's something went wrong. Like if you change something over here, then it's all gonna be wrong. But let's see. It looks like I did it right, so I'm gonna check it out.
Cause ever since my girl left me.
Nope, this is missing.
Cause ever since my girl left.
Girl has a slide, and I missed it.
Girl.
Okay, right here.
Cause ever since my girl left me, my whole life came crashing and unfolded.
Cool. Okay, I'm gonna put this lowercase. Okay. Now I'm gonna remove some of these extra harmonies here, like the parts in parentheses. They don't need to be there, so we're just gonna delete those. All right, so we're just gonna continue removing our harmonies a little at a time. Okay. And you can remove them later as you get to them. You don't have to remove them all at once, but just get them out of the way because you're not going to have pitches for these until you go and come back and do the harmonies later, which I'll do in another video after this entire series is over. It should be the next one after this will be the compilation step. So this should be the last like instrument, like the last track before I go back and do that. But if you want to come back and do harmonies, you can do that in a separate, after that step. Because a lot of songs aren't going to have harmonies, so you won't have this issue. That's fine too. And on these two, I'm probably going to have to copy and paste the earlier sections anyways. As I get through these, you're going to find out that the slides are very similar. When the slides are similar, you can just copy and paste a part that you've done all the slides for to another part. That way you don't have to redo all these plus markers over and over again. So that can be pretty helpful. But I'm going to go back into the song here, and let's continue charting it. Let's make sure I'm in the right spot here. I think it's here. Now, if all these ones slide over here, then you'll know you messed something up and you gotta go back and change it. But I got it right. Cool. Okay, this one has a plus here. Changed O to girl here. Slide. I'm gonna save this and press Control A, Shift L, and do it again. Have nobody for my own to call my own. Girl, I'm so lonely. See, not too bad, right? I only had one slide, not two. I'm gonna erase that one. Oops, wrong one. This one. I'm gonna take all these Mr. Lonelys and turn them to lowercase because it looks like that happens quite a bit here. Maybe I can replace all miss with miss and lone with lone. Hopefully that saves me some trouble here. Cool. Now I have no idea where I'm at anymore, which is nice. So I'm completely lost. So let's see. Probably here because that's why I stopped doing the pluses. Yep. All right. That's good. Okay, so this is not there anymore. So we are right about here. Let's listen. Can't believe I had a girl like you and I. You has a slide. Just you and I. You and I. No, it doesn't. Actually, that's you and I. You and I. Just let you walk. Just has a slide. Just let you walk right out of my life. Life has a slide. Can't believe I had a girl like you and now these are too close together, so we're going to fix that. This can't happen right here. It's gonna look bad. So we're gonna pull this back. I'll pull this one a little forward. Sometimes you can see the note actually doesn't even start till over there. When I pulled the note forward, I lost connection with this text event, lyric event here. So I'm gonna line it up again. Then I'm gonna slide the whole note back and do that. That way it's still lined up. Okay. You want to have some pretty decent sized gaps here. You can see where I was more sloppy on these notes and they don't line up properly. So we don't want that. Gonna slide everything. Oops. Gonna slide everything over there. It bothers me. It's not a big deal, but it bothers me. Okay.
Can't believe I had a girl like.
So, because when you see it up here, it looks a little better.
Can't believe I had a girl like you and I.
Now, if you have really fast parts in the song, let's see, scroll speed. If you have a really fast part in the song, you can change the speed of this preview with the left and right square bracket. I lied. You can change it with the minus and plus keys on the keyboard, or dash and equal. So it can give you more visibility.
Can't believe I had a girl like you and I. Can't believe
I wish you could change the frames per second on this because it does get blurry. It's only 60 if you have a high frame rate monitor,
Can't believe I had a girl like you.
but whatever, that helps you. And later on, you can change the speed in your output, your export of the game, export of the song, so that the vocals scroll faster or slower depending on how fast and slow the you want it to display in the game as well. But this here is just for visualization purposes to help you see it. It doesn't affect anything when you export it.
Can't believe I had a girl like you and I. Just to let you walk.
Okay.
Can't believe I had a girl like you and I. Can't believe I.
All right. You heard it.
Just to let.
Let's fix that. I'm surprised I made this mistakes here. Probably was trying to go faster at the beginning, and then I realized later that this song was not going to allow that type of speed.
Just to let you walk right out of my life.
Cool. Move this over.
Out of my life.
Having a nice widescreen helps with this too, which I have, but I'm not going to use that for this video.
Out of my life. After all I put. After all
Okay, all has a slide.
I put you through. You.
Through has a slide. I'm going to remove the capitalization on you.
You're still stuck around the slate. By my side.
By has a slide.
By my side.
I love slides. I love putting slides like that.
My side.
It makes it look so good when you have the slides like this. Let's take a step back.
Out of my life. After all I put you through. You're still stuck around the slate. By my side.
If you hear any of the pitches that are off, if they seem off, then, you know, at that time, move the note up or down and change it.
What really hurt me is I broke your heart. What really hurt me is I.
Or go slower if you need to.
What really hurt me.
Okay, see, really got separated into 3 syllables for some reason. Should only be 2. If there's 2 syllables, you want to split it between the double consonants, like the double L's there. Let's see, it looks better now.
What really hurt me is I broke your heart.
Okay, your has a slide. So you're almost like halfway done with it already. And normally you may be almost all the way done with it because you can just copy and paste. Let's say you have this section that's lonely over here, and you can copy and paste it down below if it's the same.
I broke your heart, baby, you're a good. Baby, you're a good girl, and I had no right.
So this is all off, but I just listen to it a little bit at a time, so I don't have to come back and do this multiple times.
What really hurt me is I broke your heart.
Something did not change here. Let's see.
What really hurt me is I broke your heart, baby, you're a good girl, and you're a good heart, baby, you're a.
Okay, he said your instead of you. Let's see, where is that at? I'm lost, I can't see it. Oh, it's way up here. Okay. Broke your. This is one line.
Your heart, baby, you're a good girl, and I had no right.
Sweet.
Your heart, baby, you're a good. no right. I really wanna.
Unpitched vocal. Put the hashtag.
I really wanna make right. No right. I really want.
Really got separated again, so we're gonna combine those. I'm gonna look for anywhere else where that happened. I don't see anything right now, but if you see anything like that, copy and paste.
No right. I really wanna make things right.
Okay. It really helps to have the spacing here so you know where you're at, or some other indicator if you use a different text editor.
Make things right, cause without you in my life, without you in my life, girl, I'm so lonely. Really wanna make things right, cause without you in my life, girl, I'm so lonely.
Really nice. Just needs capitalization fix, I think. Or no, actually. Yeah, right there, the cuz. But it's okay if you miss it. People are not going to care that much. As long as the spelling and the words are correct. Listen to the words.
Without you in my life, girl, I'm so lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. Lonely. I have nobody. I'm Mr. Lonely. I have nobody for my own. I'm so lonely. For my own. I'm so lonely.
Does this sound like the wrong pitch? Yep. So I'm going to click this. I'm going to drag it up. After I click it, I'm going to hold Control and Shift. Afterwards, I'm going to hold Control and Shift now. So it stays locked in place. And I'm going to move it up to this. There's no O here either. So we're probably just going to remove this entirely. And stretch this out. Delete that and stretch this out. Let me look at how this looks up here on the chart. There you go. Let's see if that lines up right. Yep, so it does have two notes. I put it back. So if you see anything wrong, you know, you can make corrections, you know. This is why I don't go back and listen to the entire song. I just, while I'm doing the lyrics, you're going to hear it and you'll see any mistakes. You can come back. You'll be here multiple times. I'm going to come back again later for the animation markers and the phrase markers. So, you know, just as you go back, you might catch some things you messed up.
Mr. Lonely. Mr. Lonely. I have nobody.
That's off too.
Nobody. For my own. For my own. Only. Only. Call my own.
Lonely?
Only.
Yeah.
For my own. Call my own. Only.
Okay. All right, so we're on to this next part, bin. Let's move down here.
Been all about the.
Bin has a slide.
Been all about the world. Ain't never met a girl that.
Girl has a slide. I'm gonna move the capitalization here.
Met a girl that can take the thing. Girl that can take the things that you've been.
You.
Through.
2 slides on through. Gonna play this a bit slower. These are kind of tight here. They're gonna be hard to hit, and they're not really lined up on top either. It's a bit sloppy there as well. Can tighten that up. That's how I tighten it up. I just look at the top part and line it up with the waveform up there. You'll be like a pro when you're done with this. See, the all has a slide that I didn't see. I think. Let's take a look. There's an extra note here sometimes. They appear. Just delete those. Okay. Looks pretty good to me. Save that. Let's reload it. Speed it up. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, come has a slide. Run has a slide. Chase has a slide. Didn't get hyphenated. We're gonna put that as well. Okay. I'm gonna save this and reload it. Shift L. The where is supposed to be not capitalized. And should not be capitalized. Oh. Run. There's no wood here. So it's just where you get up. So remove the wood. Fix all the capitalization. Reload the file. Never thought the day would come when you get up and run and I will be out chasing you. So cool. Very nice. Put the slide on you And I'm gonna listen to it a little bit farther.
Cause ain't nowhere in the globe I'd rather be.
So I'm just listening to it even though I know that it's off. I'm gonna reload now so I can get back on track.
Come when you get up and running, I will be out chasing you. Cause ain't nowhere in the globe I'd rather.
Globe.
In the globe.
Globe has a slide.
In the globe I'd.
It didn't appear when I added the slide. Let's try again.
Nowhere in the globe.
Let me see. Oh, it's the second one. So the first one is the one that I need to put the slide on.
Where in the globe I'd rather be. Ain't no one in the globe I'd rather see. Ain't no one in the globe I'd rather see.
Okay.
See, then the girl of my dreams that made me be. So happy, but now so lonely.
Okay, let's reload this and look at it.
No one in the globe I'd rather see than the girl of my dreams that made me be. So happy. Be so happy, but now so lonely. So happy, but now so.
Added a word there.
Made me be so happy, but now so lonely. So
This lonely is a little bit earlier.
lonely. So lonely. Lonely.
And let's give it a slide too.
Lonely.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we're about here now, I believe.
So happy, but now so lonely. Lonely.
Yeah, it's good.
Lonely. So lonely.
Close enough.
So lonely.
Okay, what's going on with this? So long.
So lonely. So lonely. So lonely. So lonely. So lonely. I have nobody. Nobody to call my. Nobody.
Lyrics changed there.
To call my own. So lonely. So
The O is gone there. So we're here now.
lonely. To call my own. So lonely.
That I might be a little longer than that.
So lonely. So lonely.
Okay, it's probably gonna be a little tough because it's on top of each other.
So lonely.
See, Mr. Lonely starts here. Oh, so lonely, yeah. So it's kind of like this instead. Let's try that. Close. That might be it right there. So yeah, that lines up. This is 2 tracks, right? This is the same guy doing 2 separate tracks, like right next to each other. So it's like jammed together. There's a capitalization change there. I'll just leave it since he's switching quickly. This one. To rewrite some of the lyrics. Cool. Just making our own music here, huh? Seems that way.
Never thought that I'd be alone. I didn't think you'd be alone. Be alone. Be alone.
That's fine.
I didn't think you'd be.
Oh, that didn't is short.
I didn't think.
Let's put that, even though it's 2 syllables, let's put it as 1, because it's real short.
I didn't think you'd be gone this.
Okay, this has a slide. So we're about here now. Somewhere around here.
This long.
Cool.
You be gone this long. I just want you to call my. I just want you to call. You to call my.
Call has a slide.
Call my phone.
This phone's gonna have a slide.
So stop playing, girl, and come on. Girl, and come on home.
Home is gonna have a slide. Let's reload the file.
I just want you to call my phone. So stop playing, girl, and come.
Playing did not get hyphenated properly. Let's fix that.
So stop playing, girl, and come on home. Baby girl, I didn't mean to.
Okay, this is kind of fast. We're gonna press plus here on the keyboard to expand it a little bit, and I'm gonna slow down this audio.
So stop playing, girl, and come on home.
And here's where it gets fast.
Baby girl, I didn't mean to shout.
Mean has a slide.
I didn't mean to shout.
Shout has a slide.
I want me and you to work it out.
Out has 2 slides. There's a little one right there. Let's reload the files so we don't get ahead of ourselves too much. Faster.
Baby girl, I didn't mean to shout. I want me and you to work it out.
Cool. Let's continue.
I never wish to ever hurt my baby. I never wish to ever.
Okay. Kind of hard to hear the words here.
I never wish to ever hurt my. Wish to ever.
I'm gonna change the lyrics here. I think that's what it sounds like.
Ever hurt my. I never wish to ever hurt my baby.
Yeah.
To ever hurt my
Then mine's gonna have a slide.
baby.
Bay, it's gonna have a slide. Let's take a look at the new lyrics.
I never wish to ever hurt my baby.
Cool. Let's keep going.
And it's driving me crazy.
Okay, crazy's gonna have a slide.
Crazy cause I'm so. And it's driving me crazy,
Cuz has a slide. These have kind of pulled back a little bit actually, but it's okay. Just pull it back a little bit. It's gonna have a slide on it. Okay, something like this. Let's see how it looks. We're gonna have to go back a bit.
I never wish to have my baby, and it's driving me crazy. It's driving me.
Driving didn't get separated.
And it's driving me crazy,
That looks good.
crazy,
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good. Sometimes the AI can be better about splitting the hyphens instead of that lyric hyphenator app that I link in the description. This is interesting because we're switching between different tracks of the same lead singer. You have to make a judgment call on each one, you know? Nice song though. I like it. I like their rendition of this song. And you'll get faster at this as you do it more and more. It doesn't take too many songs to get quick at it, you know, maybe just like 4 songs or so. You'll be pretty fast at it. You know, just you can only sing so much at a time, so don't make it too stressful to jump around a lot. This is going to be really interesting to do the harmonies on because it's going to be some serious work. Okay, so we're about here now. We're getting really close to the end. It looks like with the scroll bar here, hopefully. What happened with the Mr. Oh, that's my mistake. I may just remove the from my own here. Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this from my own here. That's gotta go. It's too close to the other lyrics. I'll select this, cut it, go down to harm 2. Looks like there's already something in there. Interesting. I'm going to paste it here anyways. Let's see. There we go. I'll just leave that there for later for something else because that's too hard to hit right after this part. Okay, instead of O, this is going to be I am. Okay, this needs to be up a little bit more though. Let's try that. Yes, looks right. Okay, we're in the last little bit of the song here. Hopefully, if the lyrics are right. Sounds nice. Oh yeah, very nice. I like that part right there. Okay, this is just an O. I'm gonna do the rest by hand. Let's see, probably. I don't know how many slides that is. We're gonna find out though. Oh, that's definitely not the right spot. Go back and fix that. Undo, undo, reselect it. Okay, so I lost my place. Oh. So I'm here. So one more slide there. And let's take a look here. Okay, so the end is Mr. With the slide. No, and then there's so many slides here. Oh my goodness. Okay, so like 6, I guess. Let's see. Something like that. Nope, I was off. It's like 7. I can see that here in the lyrics. Okay, here we go. This is the end. Full speed. Oh my gosh. Beautiful. Okay, so that is the lyrics done. If you go back and look at it, you know, it should all be correct now. Any point where you check it out, it should be correct.
What really hurt me is I broke your heart, baby, you're a good
And it should all sound right.
girl, I'm so low.
The pitches, when you play it,
So I had to
that's being played by the synthesizer in your FX track. When you click FX and part vocals, this synthesizer playing the notes here should match, you know,
by my side.
when you're done. Unpitched vocals should be with the
Girl,
hashtag.
Lord, it's always been there, man.
And you have your slides and everything, as this song has a million of. Cool. So that's all good. Some other special characters you can have are like an equal sign. So if you have a word that's already hyphenated, there's none here, but let's say you have a word like, I don't know, dugout or something. Something that's hyphenated already. When you have it, you're gonna show it as an equal sign instead of a dash. So check out the C3 authoring guide, and it'll show you different areas like that. It's the equal sign, which is interesting. You may also have dollar signs to mute certain text on the harmonies. You'll see that this makes the lyric not display on the harmonies, which I'll show you in another track. But there are a couple other characters, but pretty much exclusively you're going to use the hashtag and the plus symbols here. So I wouldn't worry about anything else than that right now. As with every other track, you're going to do the animation markers here. This is also automatically generated, so if you press F9 for your cat tools, which is also found in the action list here, you'll press F9 and you will go to create animation events for vocals, and you just go ahead and press create markers, and that's going to create the markers that dictate when the vocalist will animate at different intensities. The different intensities will be here. So at this point, let's say we want them to be mellow. We can change this. We can double click this text event here. It's not a lyrics event like these other ones, right? And we'll change the text event in brackets to, let's say, mellow. Okay, you can have mellow, play, or intense. Each one is indicated by these brackets.
Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely.
You just skip around and see where it makes best sense for it to be a little more intense than others.
Nobody for my
A lot of times your other tracks are going to have the exact same animations. You can kind of copy and paste them over. It's super quick, like, you know, 3-minute process, not a big deal. I may do idle over here. I know that every other track is muted right now. Let's see, so you can do either idle or idle real time. Idle means that your character is going to bop to the beat, and idle real time means they're just kind of sway and they're not going to be moving to the rhythm of the song. So let's see how the beginning should kind of sound. So here the vocalist probably should go ahead and stay, you know, and get ready, moving to the beat. So I'm going to put here idle. Doesn't have to be super precise where you put these markers. Just give them a little time to get into the animation itself. It takes like a measure or so, maybe a little bit less than a measure to get into the animation. So give some space there, and you'll see when it's automatically generated that that space is also given, you know, somewhat. It gives you a little bit of room to work with. So I started in mellow, so I'm going to look for other spots where it might get a little more intense.
Yo, this one here goes out to all my
So here it gets a little faster, so I'm going to put a play marker here, text event. The character will now animate a little bit more intensely.
Yo, this one here goes out
This is like moderate intensity.
and decide to live.
It's still pretty mellow, but whatever.
Yeah, I won't
Let me see.
have nobody.
Yeah, but it's not quite as mellow as that, so we'll leave this as play.
Yeah, I had to take a
So this is all play,
look crazy.
normal.
Crazy, and I'm so low.
So here it goes to the chorus. You could put intense here if you want. I'm going to leave it as play. I'm going to put the intense at the very end. Let's see.
Can't believe I had a girl like this.
If it goes back down to mellow here, you put mellow. I don't see it doing that though.
Broke your heart, baby, girl, I'm so lonely. So happy, but now,
So it's pretty much play throughout the whole song until here.
'cause ain't no parent than the girl of my dreams that made me be
But
so happy, but now so lonely.
it's so brief that you know, you're not gonna change it here. Just leave it in play.
So happy, but now so lonely.
Okay, so it's play still.
To call,
I'm not even seeing a spot where I can put intense, unfortunately.
come on home, baby girl, I didn't my phone,
Maybe here after this last verse.
baby, and it's driving me crazy 'cause I'm lonely.
So I'm gonna go ahead and put this last part intense here. I'm just gonna double click in this bottom part to create a text event. I'm gonna write intense. These are also listed on the C3 authoring guide, what the different options are, but there's only the ones that I mentioned to you. So I'll put intense right there. It'll have some overlap or whatever. Each one of these is separate. Yeah, you can have mellow, play, intense, idle, and idle real time. Okay. So he's gonna be intense now. He's gonna be like really swinging his body around. Now at the end, I know he goes mellow. So since he goes mellow here, I'm gonna go to mellow. With every other instrument, I put them to like idle, right? Because that's their last note. So their last note is like here. And if you turn on the other tracks visibility, you can, you know, see what they're doing on the other tracks, or you can copy and paste it. So you can see here, there's some other stuff going on. You can click on these ones on the right side to switch between tracks quickly. If you want to see drums idle real times there, guitar idle real times there, basses stops over here. So I mean, you can kind of switch around and see like that.
Mr. Lonely.
And I want him to stop idle over here probably. So I'll do that. Okay, so that's the animation markers. Cool. So I'm gonna switch this back to the view to the regular named notes here in order to show you the other parts of the vocal charting. But this is pretty much done right here. I think this is usually all I do. So let's switch this back to name notes and see what else there is to go over. Oh yeah, of course. So phrase markers is pretty important. It's required for every note in the song. You're just gonna wrap them around each one of the phrases that are spoken. Let's see. Okay, right now I'm editing the other tracks. So I'm gonna go back to vocals. I'm gonna double click on vocals to make sure I'm only in this track. Turn off this lock icon on these other ones. Make sure I'm not in those on accident. You'll see the notes are only here. I don't need to see visibility with the other ones either, so sorry, this is from a previous step. Okay, so this is all you need to see is this track. You're gonna play the song and you're gonna contain every section of vocals here. You know, use Control to scroll to shrink it. Use Alt to shrink it as well when you scroll your mouse wheel. And we need to contain all these in a phrase marker like this. Okay. I'm gonna turn off these extra useless rows over here by right clicking up here and going to view, and I'm going to show hide note rows, hide unused and unnamed note rows. That'll get rid of those. You know, it saves a little bit of space. It's not a big deal, but it helps a little bit. I'm gonna slow this down by pressing the minus key. Okay. You don't want it to be too short because they don't have much time to hit this. Like that'd be very savage to put this like so short like that. That'd be kind of, you know, rude. So I'm gonna make it at least these two parts together. This part is super quick. You just play through and you just highlight things that you see that are together in a phrase. Leave gaps where you can. Try to end it on a beat, because if they collect overdrive, it's going to end right there on that beat. So try to keep it like on a quarter note or half note, or, you know, the whole note if you can.
I have nobody for my own. Oh, I'm so lonely.
And while you play it, you go through and add these.
I'm Mr. Lonely.
Now where it starts can kind of be whatever. If it starts in the middle of the beat or middle of the measure, that's fine. But you just usually want to try to end it on the beat if you can.
I'm Mr. Lonely. I have nobody for my own. I am so lonely. Yo, this one here goes out to all my players out there. You know.
Cool. And if the sound of these beeps annoy you, you can always go to the part vocals track and turn off this FX, that synthesizer that's playing that, if you really want to, you know. But it's nice to be able to hear it so you know if you screwed up any of the pitch of any of the lyrics.
Yo, this one here goes out to all my players out there.
Of course, for these unpitched parts, it doesn't
They got
matter.
that one good girl, Lord, that's always been there, man. Like, took all the bullshit. Like, took all the bullshit. But then one day she can't take it no more. And decides to leave. But then one day she can't take it no more. Yeah.
And this is why I try to like keep things contained. When I draw these notes, I try to keep them aligned, especially in the first parts of the phrase. I know I like to hold shift and move them around a lot individually. But when it comes to the beginnings and endings, I try to like give them a space, you know, because it can really be frustrating if you have something like this and when you zoom out, you can barely see it, and you'll have errors here when you finally export, which we may have some later, which I'll show you how to deal with. But yeah, it has to completely contain any of the notes underneath it.
Yeah, I woke up in the middle of the night and I noticed my girl wasn't by my side. Could have sworn I was dreaming for I was fiending, so I had to take a little ride. Backtracking over these few years, trying to figure out what I do to make it go back. Cause ever since my girl left me, my whole life came crashing and I'm so crashing and I'm
This part is like right in between here, so we're gonna need to go in right there. You can see the lines on the preview up here where it's gonna separate your measures. That's cool. Otherwise, normally I will have my grid on like 1/16 or 1/8 because you don't really need all that resolution. But in that case, we did. This one is really short, so I'm gonna stretch this one out. And I'll make this one kind of match too in length. It's just nicer when you're not that tight. Yep. Come on now. Now, if this is a very repetitive chorus, you can usually copy and paste these phrase markers to the other chorus. Or you can hold Control and drag them over, right, and hold Shift. And that'll help you, but I can pretty much bet that since I had to do this all by hand, it's not going to line up. So, but it's really fast to go through and listen to the whole song.
Can't believe I had a girl like you and I just let you walk right out of my life. After all I put you through, you're still stuck around and stayed by.
Try to end that in the middle there.
After all I put you through and stayed by my side. What really hurt me is I broke your heart, baby. You're a good girl and I had no right. I really wanna make things right, cause without you in my life, girl, I'm so lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. Mr. Lonely. I have nobody for my own. I'm so lonely.
They'll only be able to activate their overdrive like outside of these phrase markers. So it's nice to have gaps if you can.
Mr. Lonely, I have nobody for my own, for my own.
It's going pretty well.
Been all about the world, ain't never met a girl that can take the things that you've been through. Never thought the day would come when you get up and run and I will be out chasing you. Cause ain't nowhere in the globe I'd rather be. Ain't no one in the globe I'd rather see than the girl of my dreams that made me be so happy but now so lonely. So lonely. So lonely. I have nobody to call my own. So lonely. I'm so lonely. So lonely. So lonely. So lonely. I have nobody to call my own. Never thought that
Let's combine this.
to call my own. Never thought that I'd be alone. Never thought that I'd be alone. I didn't think you'd be gone this long. I just want you to call my phone. So stop playing, girl, and come on home. Baby girl, I didn't mean to shout. I want me and you to work it. Baby girl, I didn't mean to shout. I want me and you to work it out. I never wish to ever hurt my baby.
Make sure you get these little notes here that are like almost invisible. They're tiny. If you miss them, you'll get an error, but it'll tell you exactly where the error is. So it's okay if you miss it. You'll come back and get it later.
I never wish to ever hurt my baby. And it's driving me crazy cause
It's gonna be fun to sing this one.
and it's driving me crazy cause I'm lonely. So lonely. So lonely. So lonely. Mr. Lonely. So lonely. I have nobody.
Although I hope it's not confusing to know which track you're supposed to sing because he's on top of himself. Like the vocal tracks are mixed, they're intertwined.
So lonely. Mr. Lonely. So lonely. I have nobody for my own. To call my own. I'm so lonely. So lonely. Mr. Lonely. So lonely. So lonely. Mr. Lonely. So Mr. Lonely. So lonely. I have nobody for my own. To call my own. I am so lonely. So lonely. So lonely. Mr. Lonely. So lonely. Oh. So lonely. So lonely. So lonely. So lonely.
Gonna combine these together since that one's so short.
Mr. Lonely.
All right, you're done with the phrase markers now. Let's get that down in the right spot. Not a problem. See, just encapsulate everything with those phrase markers, and you'll be all set. Okay, next thing we're gonna go to is the overdrive. All right, the overdrive, or Starpower as it's called in other games. Pretty similar. You just pick some of these phrases and wrap them in overdrive. The overdrive phrase should be the same exact width of the phrase markers. And you're going to have them about 10 measures apart. Usually you want to have maybe 10 or so in a song total. You know, more or less, depending if the song is slow or fast. So I'm going to put those in spaces where it seems kind of impactful. There's overdrive in the other tracks that I did already. But you can't do unison phrases with the vocals. So it doesn't matter if they overlap with the other ones. This is the one unique overdrive instrument where it doesn't matter if they overlap at all or they don't touch or anything, because vocals is completely on its own. It cannot do unison phrases. So you can just do this one however you like. Sometimes I like to put them around the same time as the other ones, but it's not really necessary. So you can visualize those other tracks and kind of put it there if you want to. Like maybe this one, I'll put an overdrive here.
Yo, this one here goes out to all my players out there.
But it's pretty boring spot, so I don't think it needs to be going there.
Oh, I'm so lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely.
So right here might sound a little cooler to do that. So I'm gonna do that. And then we're gonna go about 10 measures ahead of that, somewhere over here, and we're gonna find another spot that seems like it would be good to have overdrive activated.
Yeah, I woke up in the middle of the night and I noticed my girl wasn't by my side. Could have sworn I was dreaming for.
Yeah, let them get warmed up a little bit to put the overdrive there. It's fine if it overlaps on other instruments. You can't do this because it's going to throw an error because the unison phrases are going to be not lined up. But on vocals, you put it wherever you like, so it makes it faster.
Mr. Lonely, I have nobody.
Because these have to be exactly the same size, you can just hold control and move them up if you want. So like this is 10 over here, 10 measures. Like I can just hold control and then move this up like that. That's all I gotta do. Okay. So let's do this. I'm gonna try to put these a little closer than 10 measures apart because this song is a slow BPM. On 120, you're gonna have about 10 measures apart and maybe 10 of them in a song. But if it's low BPM, then you're gonna have tighter than that. If it's a high BPM and fast song, you're gonna have them farther apart than that. Cool. Not really a big deal where you put Don't put any overdrive phrases in the last 12 measures of the song as per that C3 authoring guide that's linked. However, since this is a slow song, let's see. And let's see how many we have. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8. So that's pretty okay. Yeah, I don't want to put any in these last few phrases, so we're just gonna leave it like that. I'd rather have less overdrive than too much because it can be annoying having it go off all the time. Vocalist has to like scream or reach over and press the back button on the controller, and it's kind of annoying. So that's the overdrive. Let's move on to the percussion sections. These percussion rows here, these are like when you tap the microphone, like a cowbell or a tambourine or a hand clap. You can select it later what sound it's going to play. But if there's some music and the vocalist is not doing anything, then you can fill it with some percussion. It's pretty slow here. It's like a downbeat, so maybe nothing there, but let's see. For the purpose of the tutorial, I'll put some here, but normally I would only do it like in parts like this. Then I'll do it. So let's go ahead and do this. The displayed percussion versus not displayed, I don't know. I assume the not displayed is your character does it, but it's not required for you to hit it. But I only ever use the displayed percussion. So let's do that. The percussion has to be surrounded by a phrase marker. So we're going to have that up there. And we're going to put these displayed percussion spots for each beat we hear or wherever you want them to have to hit the mic. Okay, so here the snare is good. It can be nice to have the drums visible. Toggle off the visibility of the other ones, and now you can see here. So we want to try not to have notes before the third one, so let's see. But in this case, this song does start a bit earlier, and I moved it so 4 seconds. So we can do that as long as it's after the 2.5 second mark. I think it's 2.45. That's fine. I'm not sure if there's a way to visualize these. I don't think so. Yeah, there's no way to visualize these, so you just kind of have to look at it. I'm pretty sure these have to be 16th notes or smaller, most likely. You want to leave a gap before the singing part so they can stop hitting the mic. So I'm gonna like end it there and end the phrase like around here. Maybe even earlier than that. Like this maybe. Okay, so that's how you do the percussion. Pretty straightforward. Surround it with the phrase marker and put them where you want them to be at. Do them kind of where the drum is, or if there's no drums, and like steady on the beat, you know. You know, there's obviously no real tambourine in this song or anything, or hand clap, but if there is that, this is where you put it. Okay, so that's pretty simple. Now let's look down at these bottom ones here. Lyric shift and range shift. These are pretty straightforward, but they kind of get deleted anyways whenever you output your file if you go through a cleaning, like MIDI cleaning or something. So you can do them, but it's very rare. Lyric shift is for static vocals, like for karaoke static, like when they're not in this version. Like let's show you, for example, if I change this to these ones, like plastic vocals, I guess. The lyric shift indicates when this is going to change. Over to the next one, you see how it changes to the next line. Something like that. It also influences harmonies, like on the other tracks. These also exist on the harmony tracks as well. Lyric and range shift, same thing. Overdrive phrase markers, which I'll go into more on that video, but 99% of songs do not use lyric shift. I have never used lyric shift, so you don't really need it. I just don't use it. Range shift is where the whole UI slides up. So if you're on part vocals and your the entire song is in a certain key, and then all of a sudden it goes up like to a higher key, like you could range shift from here up to this range. So you could say I'm going to range shift now, and I want the UI to update. So now it only shows the range up here. The duration of the range shift node is how long the UI is going to take to stretch. So it's going to go from encapsulating these notes to like surrounding these notes in the duration of this note right here. So it's going to stretch the amount of time. It's listed on the C3 authoring guide. This one, again, I pretty much never use it, but I could see where it would be useful if you don't want these throwing off your UI, because otherwise it'll be really zoomed out. If you have notes from this range like way down here to way up here, your UI is going to be so zoomed out on this vocal chart here that it's going to be hard to know if I got to go up or down, how many notes I got to go up and down. So if the entire song shifts in a certain spot, you may want to add those range shifts around somewhere, but I very rarely use those either. So you probably never have to mess with those. Oh my goodness, where'd it go? Okay, so that's those two. And that is everything to know about vocals that I can remember right now. So this should be good to go. If you want to take this and output it into Magma in the compilation step. The next video is going to be the compilation of all of these tracks into RB3 Con and generating that to a playable state.